The Rules Committee will come to order. Let me extend Valentine's greetings to everyone. Celeste said that she was going to give me chocolates to present to Louise and to Virginia, but she was afraid that I would have consumed them before they got to you. So I nevertheless want to wish everyone a very happy Valentine's Day, and to say that, as we all know, we're here for consideration of H.R. 7, the American Energy and Infrastructure Jobs Act of 2012. And I was in receipt of a letter from our good friends in the minority. And why don't I could offer some comments about the letter, but why don't you, if you'd like to explain it, it looks like you've got some remarks, and then
well, as you know, the letter requested that we postpone this hearing until we figure out what it is we're doing here, but obviously we're here, so we're not going to do that. The committee, is scheduled to do this 1,000-page bill. I think it's kind of a Frankenstein piece of legislation, often unrelated and I think unvetted provisions that addressed almost every issue under the sun. We've read in the press that Republican staff members have said there was no way you could have passed it, and no other than Ray LaHood, who's a friend to all of us, a Republican member of the House and now Secretary of Transportation, said it was the worst transportation bill he's seen in 35 years of public service. And this morning, we got the last-minute notice that the 1,000-page bill is going to be broken into 3 separate bills. We were somewhat alarmed about that. At best, we think the change is an attempt to force through bad legislation that is struggling to receive support, and at worst, it's an abandonment of the majority's pledge to America, a sacrificial offering of transparency for political expediency. Either way, we think this last-minute manipulation is a blatant manipulation of the legislative process, undermining the integrity of the committee and this House. I reiterate my request that the hearing be postponed so the majority can return to the drawing board and consider this important legislation, as we always have, in a bipartisan, deliberate, and transparent way. One of the things we know that more than 300 amendments have been filed to H.R. 7, the 1,000-page document. We have no idea how you intend to deal with 300 amendments, where they would go, since this is now broken up into 3 pieces. But we're not at all sure that it's fair, and I'm sure that most people who file those rules, or amendments rather, will never know what you intended them to do, and that they are not going to be happy with this process. So we would, like to ask you, sir, if you would consider that we postpone this meeting until after some discussions have taken place about what we're trying to do here. Remember, we do know that the bill is very difficult to pass, and we believe impossible. But we would like to see a good transportation bill. It's terribly important. It's essential to us, and those of us in most states like mine in New York have waited for a very long time to get this transportation bill straightened out. But unfortunately, this is going to be a nightmare. And doing away with a lot of the safety provisions, doing away with money for mass transit, I think the results of what we're doing here today will lead to pure disaster, in a lot of places bankruptcy, and really be a setback for the country. So that would be my request.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate the clarity of your request. And I will say that I'm sympathetic with some of the concerns, recognizing that this is a somewhat unusual process. But the last thing that you said was that it's important that we move ahead with a transportation bill, and that's why we are proceeding.
We want to help you.
And I know, and we very much appreciate that. Let me just make a few points, and then we'll proceed with hearing from our witnesses who are here. In the Pledge to America that was made before the last election, one of the things that we said, having dealt with massive pieces of legislation, was that we wanted to, whenever possible, break bills into smaller pieces. That was part of the Pledge to America. You'll recall when I was sitting in the chair that you're in, we had the 300-page amendment that was dropped into the cap and trade bill at 3 o'clock in the morning, and so that led to this hue and cry to read the bill and to look at matters in a somewhat smaller way. This package that's before us was made available to every member nearly a week ago. It was a week ago tomorrow that this was made available. And the measure that we are considering here, the three measures, are this language that was submitted last Wednesday. So members have had that amount of time. Now, I will say that I recognize that because of the fact that this has been broken up, that there are concerns that relate to the 300 amendments that have been filed. So I know that that needs to be addressed. Most of the amendments that have been submitted actually do fit well into this. I will acknowledge that there are some that don't. So our staff has made a commitment that we are going to work this week, and we've already begun that process, with any member who has an amendment. If there is a slight concern about how it fits into the three pieces here, we're going to do everything that we possibly can to ensure that those concerns are addressed, so that we'll be able to see that members who have amendments, obviously we can't make all 300 amendments in order, but members who have amendments out there that we are able to make in order are able to fit in with the language that we have. 80% of the amendments that have been submitted were to the transportation and transportation funding portions of the bill. There aren't changes in those sections, and the members' amendments should not need any change there. But again, if we are dealing with any potential change, we want to accommodate the concerns that you justifiably raise, because we do want to, since this language has been out here, as I said, for 1 week, and members have drafted amendments, we want to do everything we can to accommodate them. And so I do look forward to that. And if Mr. McGovern would like to be heard, then we want to proceed.
Oh,
sure, of course.
I wonder if the gentleman would yield to me first. Why was the bill written this way, and why was it not in three separate bills to start with?
Well, obviously,
was it a mistake not to do that?
Well, let me just say that, as I said at the outset, we looked at this, and it was our original intent, as you said, to have it done like this. And then it appeared that because of the size, as you point out correctly, 1,000 pages, that the idea of breaking this into three parts would help us in our quest to ensure that members would have a better opportunity to look at this as they are.
Well, if a single bill was a mistake,
well, I'm not saying it was a mistake.
But the rule then joins this again into
I
a
didn't say it
single
was
bill.
a mistake. I didn't say it was a mistake. I didn't say it was a mistake. What I said was that in an attempt to create a better opportunity for members to amend the legislation, the idea of breaking it into three sections, which is what we talked about in our Pledge to America, is the decision that was made. And again, all of this language has been out there for almost an entire week.
Nice try.
Thank you. Mr. McGovern.
No, Mr. Chairman, I just want to associate myself with the comments of the ranking member, and just kind of begin by saying that this process, I think, by any measure, is terribly flawed. But what is particularly disturbing to me, and I'm anxious to hear the chairman and the ranking member talk about this, is that for the first time in history, the first time since the transportation bill started in 1956, the Republicans have drafted a transportation bill on their own with no input from across the aisle. When I first came to Congress, I was on the Transportation Committee. Bud Schuster, a Republican, was the chairman of that committee. I had a tough re-election campaign in 1998, and, wondered whether or not the Republican chairman of that committee would somehow treat me differently because I was a Democrat trying to help my opponent in the election. And you know what? Bud Schuster treated everybody the same. And everybody had input, and we had a transportation bill that year that had broad bipartisan support. And today we have a bill that is being brought together, that is brought before us essentially solely by Republicans. And then we have this wacky process where we have this 1,000-page bill, and then we're told it's all going to be considered as once, then we're told it's going to be split up into three different parts, and people, drafted their amendments accordingly. And I appreciate the chairman's desire to work with members to try to accommodate them. But the fact of the matter is that, there will be some members that will not be able to be accommodated. And it is, it defies logic when you look at this entire bill to try to understand why certain things have been put together. I mean, I don't know what pensions have to do with surface transportation. I mean, this is, in many respects, this bill is coming out of nowhere, and I can tell you, I think for the good of the process, if you really care about bipartisanship, if you really care about comedy and collegiality, I mean, we ought to pull this back, have the ranking member and the chairman continue discussions to see whether we can work out some things in a bipartisan way, and let members have a clear understanding of what the hell is coming up on the floor this week. Because I'll tell you, most people have no clue with what's going on here, because this process is so flawed. I yield to the gentleman.
I thank you, and I put a question to the chairman, if you would, Mr. Chairman. Can you tell us why you put the unrelated bills or glued them together in the first place, if now you're saying that they need to be separate to increase transparency? And just so as I'm not to consume an awful lot of time, you did say that Ms. Slaughter, with whom I wish to associate myself with her remarks, that it was entirely appropriate for her but about this slightly different procedure to raise the issues. But if a member offers an amendment, as I intend to and others intend to, and still wants to offer the same amendment to one of the shorter bills, they're going to be different bills and they're going to do different things. And what makes sense as an amendment to the big bill might not make sense now. So it's extremely confusing. And with Mr. McGovern's permission, I'd ask the chair to respond.
Are you all?
Yeah. He had the time.
Oh, that's right, he had the time. Will you yield to me?
Yes, absolutely.
I thank my friend for yielding. Let me just say a couple of things. First of all, it's a much different time than it was in 1998. We all know something doesn't exist that did exist in 1998, and I don't need to go any further than especially dealing with transportation issues, number one. Number two, as we look at the issues that relate to the three measures juxtaposed to the larger measure, it's very apparent that if there is any modification, we are going to do everything that we can to ensure that we address those concerns that members raise with their amendments. Now, to your last point about what made the decision, this measure has come out. Obviously, it was made available a week ago tomorrow, and in looking at the magnitude of it, a decision was then made to say, gosh, when we've got a 1,000-page bill, the idea of going ad seriatim in three different tranches would create a better opportunity for more transparency and openness, which is what led to all of this. And I mean, I've already mentioned what happened in the last Congress, and so that's what led to this decision. I will say that we want to work with our colleagues, and the notion of saying that this is the first time in history there hasn't been bipartisanship involved in the process, well, we're about to consider 300 amendments to this measure, and I will tell you that I suspect that there is going to be a lot of input from Democrats to this process itself as we proceed. I thank my friend.
Well, I thank the Chairman. I'll go back to my point. I think this is the first time in history that a transportation bill has been brought, a service transportation bill has been brought to the Rules Committee in such a partisan way. And how Keystone Oil, gas drilling, and federal pensions are somehow tied into transportation is beyond me. And for most members, this whole process is not only confusing, it's deeply flawed. And I regret very much that that this bill is being brought to the membership under this process. There's so much that we don't agree on. I would like to think that Republicans and Democrats have come to agreement on transportation and infrastructure issues. And I don't care. And what we have seen in this Congress is, doesn't matter how small or how big the issue is, the leadership chooses to make it a partisan issue. This is a very partisan bill being brought to this committee under a very flawed process, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. And let me just say again that it's my goal here at the Rules Committee to do everything that we can to accommodate the bipartisan concerns and issues that will be coming forward. And again, this is just part of the process itself, and I think that the notion of our considering as many amendments as we are right now is an indication of our willingness to work in a bipartisan way on this. So let's proceed. We have 3 chairs and 3 ranking members with us. and including a ranking member designee. I think I saw, was Mr. Connolly here? Anyway, why don't we begin with...
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, yes.
could I make a very short announcement?
Absolutely.
Apropos of nothing we're doing today, but it is the 14th of February. It is Valentine's Day, but it's also Brandon Wren's birthday.
Oh, my.
And I just want everyone to realize he's going to be spending the vast majority of his birthday here in the Rules Committee with us, and I think we should give him a hand for doing that.
Okay. Not to diminish the workload that Brandon has, but all the rest of us are going to be doing the same thing. And Hugh Halpern just leaned to me and said that he does that almost every Valentine's Day. So every year, yeah, in perpetuity. So thank you very much for that, and a happy birthday to you, and happy Valentine's Day. Again, so Messrs. Micah and Ray Hall and Issa and Connolly and Hastings and Markey. Well, I guess Mr. Connolly's not here. If you all would come forward, and we will begin with the chairs. Oh, yeah, we got plenty of chairs. There are chairs right behind you. All we do is pull them forward. And so let's begin with Mr. Micah and Mr. Ray Hall, and then go to Mr. Issa, and then to Mr. Hastings and Mr. Markey. So, gentlemen, let me say that without objection, any prepared statement that you all have will appear in the record in its entirety. And we'll begin with Mr. Micah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Rules Committee. Let me say, first of all, the delay tactic was attempted to be used in the committee. Let me just tell folks here, the delay tactic was used by this administration. I would not be the chairman of this committee if you all had not delayed passage of a transportation measure when Mr. Oberstar was the chairman. And in a bipartisan effort, even though there were a lot of things in the bill that I did not particularly like, I supported Mr. Oberstar and supported his effort to move forward. You might recall on a Wednesday, before the Thursday announcement of our agreement to move forward, that in fact, Ray LaHood came in and said we weren't going to do a 6-year bill that Mr. Oberstar and I had agreed to. And the administration was going to kill and delay a transportation bill. If you had passed that bill, I probably wouldn't be chairman, Mr. Oberstar would. You wouldn't be in the minority. Because you also killed the chance of people going to work in this country. I just came back from my district. I didn't hear one person ask me to delay anything that Congress is doing except they don't like the bickering. They want us to work together. And I've done everything I can to work together, including unprecedented number of hearings across the country. Started with the first hearing on the bill in Beckley, West Virginia, and Mr. Ray Hall's office. Across the country, Republican and Democrat districts had a bipartisan, bicameral hearing in Los Angeles with Ms. Boxer. Defy anyone to see a more bipartisan, bicameral effort than that. But I'm telling you, this is our only hope. This is very serious of putting people to work this year in a major piece of legislation. It was delayed before. We are on 8 extensions. This is outrageous for the people of America. And to come here and ask for another delay and try to delay in committee. I'll tell you what, and don't tell me it isn't a bipartisan bill. 60% of the recommendation letters of the Democrats were included in here. I didn't get 6% in the bill that Mr. Oberstar, and he had it in his back pocket. He waited 32 years to be chairman, and it was his bill. But I still cooperated with him. And the number of amendments that were submitted by the minority, every one of them was respected. There were over 100. We sat for 18 hours. No one was cut off for 1 minute. Every amendment was considered. 22 of the Democrat amendments being accepted. and there were 20 Republican amendments. So within the bill itself, and that's not my bill, it's a bill from going to your districts and across the country. And when we came back here, we invited anyone who wanted to have an opportunity to be heard. Labor, business, every interest. So I have done all I can possibly do. And if we have to stay here and hear every one of the amendments that's proposed, we need to do that, but we need to get the people's work done. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the Senate proposed a 2-year bill. The 2-year bill bankrupts the trust fund. In 18 months, the money will be out. We need a longer-term solution. You've got to have a long-term solution, and that's why we proposed a 5-year bill. The trust fund basically does not have enough money in it to pay for everything. It gets about $35 billion a year, and we're spending about $50 billion, so we're about $15 billion short. And what we did as a majority, and we pledged to be responsible, is find a way to pay for that. So we've dedicated the money coming in to the trust fund, and that's primarily from people who are paying 18.4 cents for their vehicles and truckers who are paying 20-some cents into the trust fund. The balance, you know what we've been doing, and you all know what we've been doing. We've been taking from the general fund and borrowing 43 cents on a dollar to fund the balance. So this has transparency. It has a user pay mechanism, and it gets us 5 years down the pike. They end transit programs in 18 months in the Senate. They end other programs that you may be interested in. Finally, this is the biggest reform since we started the transportation activities at the federal level in '56. We did this with no earmarks. Last bill, there were 6,371 earmarks. We did this by also consolidating programs. When we started out, we had about a half a dozen, and we're over 130. So there's some consolidation, but we have devolved to the states the authority to do the things they need to do. Then finally, we took programs that don't work, programs like RIF, and this is more than just a highway bill. It addresses different modes. RIF, we have $36 billion in capacity, and it's sitting there. We revised that so it can be used. TIFIA is, we don't need a national loan and loan guarantee bank, and a year to set it up, spend $270 million in organization, wait for Senate confirmation. We have a mechanism with TIFIA. We've revised that. It's a program that works, and we can make it work better, and our proposal is backed by labor and business. And then the final thing is, in our hearings, in every single district, we heard the same thing. You've got to streamline the process. It takes anywhere from 6-7 years to sometimes 15 years just to get approval, and we need to cut red tape. I think we've done that without stepping over anything that should be required by shortening some of the times for approval. The approvals are still required. And finally, by a concurrent approval of some of the steps for process rather than consecutive, so we get it done. So this is something that can put Americans to work. It's responsibly paid for, and you may have differences on the other section, and I applaud you for dividing the bill up so people can have an opportunity to have open, honest debate. In the past, our committee, Mr. Rahal and I, we set the policy, but we don't do the funding mechanism. So what you have done, I think, is a very open, transparent, fair, equitable, and participatory process.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Mica, and congratulations to you. And when you reminded me of your time in California to try and address the important concerns that we had out there, and I appreciated your visit, and I know that working in a bipartisan way has been a goal of yours. So with that, I'm happy to hear from the ranking member, Mr. Rahal. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Connolly, we're happy to have you as the designee from the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. Please come forward. You can join Mr. Issa there. Mr. Rahal.
Thank you, Chairman Dreyer, Ranking Member Slaughter. Appreciate this opportunity. Let me begin by addressing Chairman Mica's opening comments that we we've already been through a delaying tactic in committee. If he's referring to my amendment to postpone the markup of a 580-some page bill, of which not a member of our committee raised their hand as having read the bill at the time of our committee markup, yes, I move to postpone, not cancel, postpone the committee markup until Wednesday the following week. So perhaps we'd have had a chance to read the bill before marking it up in committee. Now, I do commend Chairman Mica for the 18-hour ordeal in which he sat through and allowed committee members to offer amendments, as he's referenced already, and as we did in the committee markup on this bill. There were some Democratic amendments accepted. There were many others which the chairman made a commitment to work with the sponsoring member prior to floor consideration. That remains to be seen if that's been done in every case. But that commitment was made by the chairman to a number of Democrats in exchange for their withdrawal of their amendment. And yes, Chairman Mica is to be commended as well for his hearing/listening tour that he conducted across the country during last year, and as he referenced also, beginning in my hometown of Beckley, West Virginia. So every member of our committee has had a chance to be heard on this bill. I would just hope that every member of the full House of Representatives is given that same opportunity and the same process is extended, Mr. Chairman, to floor consideration of this bill. As has been referenced since 1956, during President Eisenhower and the creation of the interstate highway system, we've had some 10 surface transportation bills that have passed through the Congress. They have passed through Democratic-controlled Congresses, they have passed through Republican-controlled Congresses, and I've been involved, having served on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee for 35 years now, I've been involved in 6 of those 10 transportation bills that have reauthorized our transportation programs in this country. None of those measures generated anywhere near the rancor and the controversy and the partisanship that this bill has created. None of those bills retrenched on America's investment in transportation. None of those bills, those 10 bills since 1956, undermined safety. None of those bills since, actually since 1982, during the administration of Ronald Reagan, none of these bills has shortchanged mass transit as the pending legislation does. H.R. 7 contains a provision that would make even the most hardened con artist in this country green with envy. It's a shell game. It's a shell game worthy of certain streets in New York City. The bill proposes to shift a portion of motor fuel taxes which finance the mass transit account into highway programs. That's the way it is now. But this bill would shift a portion of those motor and fuel taxes from the mass transit account into what is called a alternative transportation account. And the bill would make up the difference with a one-time transfer of $40 billion from the general fund and then offset that on the backs of workers. Under this scheme, transit will ultimately be left with zero. Those that come to rely so heavily on mass transit should be shocked at this scheme. And according to the CBO, under the bill, the highway program will go bust, belly up, during the year 2016. In effect, this bill bankrupts the Highway Trust Fund. And in the process, it cuts funding to all states except 5, and it destroys some 550,000 jobs at a time when more investment is needed in our infrastructure to put Americans back to work and keep our nation competitive and safe. Mr. Chairman, every one of us know what our foreign competition is doing, whether it's India, China. We know how they are investing in infrastructure so many times more on a GDP basis than we are in this country. As Representative Slaughter has already quoted, our own Secretary of Transportation, we all know him very well, former Republican member of this House, one of the most bipartisan members of this House, has described this bill as the most partisan transportation bill that I've ever seen. And he also said it was the worst transportation bill, the most anti-safety bill that he has seen in his 35 years in Congress. And as I conclude, Mr. Chairman, our own Speaker, John Boehner, has stated, and I quote, "We are not making the claim that spending taxpayer money on transportation projects creates jobs, end quote. Our own speaker said we're not making that claim, that this bill under consideration today creates jobs. So I imagine that's rather startling news to every construction worker in this country, to every bus driver, and to every train engineer. So this bill does need to be dramatically rewritten, and then because so many of the financing mechanisms do not come under our Committee on T&I's jurisdiction, that makes it under jurisdiction of other committees that are off limits for us. I don't see how we can rewrite it on the floor of the House.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Rahal. Mr. Issa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Slaughter, I'm glad you're back. I was very proud to have an opportunity to take a piece of legislation that is long overdue, mark it up on our committee last week. We didn't quite go 18 hours, but we had a long and thorough day in which every amendment was fully heard. Some Democratic amendments were accepted, some Republican amendments were accepted, and some principles were adhered to. First of all, the federal workforce has an overly generous retirement program under FERS compared to the private sector as a whole. Second of all, we in Congress have had special treatment, nearly double what some members of the federal workforce receive in the way of benefits. There's no particular unique reason for Congress to give itself a better retirement system than other federal workers. The bill attempted and will standardize at 0.7% per year the amount of FERS someone will receive. What I might note particularly from a scoring standpoint is this isn't really intended, the change itself on going to 0.7 isn't about scoring. It doesn't score anything in the 10-year period to speak of because by definition it's about future retirees. The fact is that if you are currently serving in any capacity in the federal government, or if you have more than 5 years of prior service in return, you'll be under the old system. We keep our promise to where people started. What we do is trim for the future the amount of essentially a piggy bank that we take money, score it, say that it's been put away, but in fact not a penny is in that bank. Reducing the size of the FERS IOU is in fact more pay-as-you-go than we currently are. We made additional reforms based on Democratic support, including an allowance for the first time for TSP, our equivalent of 401, to receive what the private sector has, which is upon leaving, if you want to take your sick leave, and instead of taking it in cash, which is fully taxable, our bill allows you to put it into your TSP, thus taking that and putting it into your future retirement tax deferred. It scored about $300 million, but standardizing with what the private sector had in the case of 401k equivalent at this time when we're trying to harmonize the system seemed critical, necessary, and timely. Additionally, we did increase for all of government the amount we pay into our own retirement. It's a modest increase phased in over a number of years. We believe this is, again, appropriate for people to understand that we're paying into our own retirement. It's not all coming out of taxpayer expense. One of the areas of particular concern that I think everyone on the Rules Committee should know that we thoroughly evaluated and considered rules on, or considered amendments on, was how to deal with existing workers who might want to retire early. Under the current system, there is a supplemental that pays if you retire voluntarily before 62 after years of service. What's noteworthy about that is there's no particular benefit to the federal government whatsoever of having that. The truth is, if you're in law enforcement where you're required to retire, we preserve that supplemental. If you're forced to retire, we preserve that supplemental. But if you simply choose at, let's say, 55 or 50, with the requisite years of service, to go to the private sector and go get another job, we're not going to give you your retirement plus a supplemental equal to what you would get from Social Security if you were vested, and then, oh, by the way, you continue to make a full paycheck. It's not in our best interest. In most cases, we want to keep that federal worker on the job. There will be a number of amendments offered. I've looked at some of them. We, unlike some of the other bills, don't have a lot of amendments, Mr. Chairman. There are a number that I think should not be ruled in order. particularly ones which deal at this time with members of the House making statements as to the House. Our bill very narrowly simply treats members of the House as part of FERS, members of the House staff as part of FERS. And I think anything that deviates from it, although it's outside the jurisdiction of my committee, it'd be House administration, we did look at and felt that, in fact, the beauty of this bill as it currently is configured is that we can say to the American people once and for all, we're just federal workers during the time we serve. And we're treating ourselves exactly like other federal workers. And we're treating our employees of the House and Senate and the GAO exactly like federal employees. Any attempt to modify that, I believe, will only cause there to be a misunderstanding of the fact that we treat ourselves and our employees exactly the way all the federal employees would want to be treated. The last point is, why this bill now? Mr. Chairman, this is long overdue, Ranking Member. I know that this is being used as part of an overall pay-go, but let me make one thing very clear. I will be offering in the manager's amendment, it's already been posted, an assurance that, in fact, ultimately this will go toward a reduction over time. Lastly, as I close, people will look at the scoring of this, as they often do, at $42 billion and say that's a lot of money. The real change in this bill comes in the out years, in 10, 15, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, when new hires who come on with a different deal begin to retire, and they have a system that is much more based on a promise that's reasonable compared to the private sector. We still will, as federal employees, have a defined benefits plan which the vast majority of Americans do not have today and likely will not have tomorrow. So I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
And, Madam Ranking Member, I would say that I never really asked for a closed rule all the times you gave them to us, but this wouldn't be a bad time for you to move for that. Thank you.
Mr. Connolly, if you could just scoot over a little bit so we can hear from the Ranking Member.
Hey, Jerry,
and
why
then
don't
we'll
you
go to
take
Mr. Hastings and Mr. Markey. So.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. And it's a comfort to know my chairman, Mr. Issa, is right behind me. Obviously, the minority of the Oversight and Government Reform Committee has a different take than that just presented to you by the chairman. To a person, we opposed this bill. It had no bipartisan support. It had no Democratic support. And let me begin by also echoing the sentiments and the analysis laid out by Mr. Rahal, my colleague from West Virginia. Certainly with respect to the bill in front of you, many of us would share the same view, especially those of us who represent districts that are very concerned about multimodal transportation investments. This bill will be a direct threat to transit and to light rail and to buses, and frankly represents a disinvestment by the United States in its infrastructure. I think nothing could be more dangerous in terms of long-term U.S. competitiveness than that kind of disinvestment and what it does to transit. But specifically on the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, what certainly the minority is concerned about is yet another attack on the federal employee. And frankly, from our point of view, the linkage you just heard from Chairman Issa about members of Congress and federal employees is, from our point of view, a Trojan horse where you ostensibly say you want to just pare back on congressional benefits, and you use that Trojan horse to really get at the federal employee yet again. And this is part of a panoply of efforts to denigrate, to disparage federal employment, public service, and to whack away at their compensation and their benefits, in a sense, in the middle of the game. And in very good faith, many of our fellow citizens have undertaken public service in the federal workforce with an understanding of what the compensation would be. Many of them have settled, frankly, for less by way of wages and salary, in the hopes that long-term, though, it pays off because they have a certain secure retirement benefit. This bill that was before the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, first of all, we certainly never thought it would ever be used as a mechanism for funding transportation, an extraordinary notion that we would single out one group in America and and actually whack at their benefits and take the ostensible savings and use them for an entirely unrelated function, the funding of transit and transportation, to sort of make up for a $40 billion hole we've left in this bill. To say nothing of, is that a good public policy or is that equitable? We just don't think that's a very workable thing long term. We think it's a very undesirable thing for the federal workforce. 47% of the entire federal workforce is eligible for retirement in the next decade. How will we get the skill set we need? How will we recruit and retain the workforce of the future when we are unrelenting in the disparagement of that workforce and of public service in general? So I have an amendment that's been subscribed to by the ranking member, Mr. Cummings, that would replace Title 16's attack on the federal employees with a sustainable source of revenue linked to transportation fuels. I will gladly, Mr. Chairman, enter my full statement with respect to that
Without
amendment.
objection, as I said, it will be included in the record. We appreciate it very much. Thank you very much for being here.
And I thank you.
Mr. Hastings.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member and members of the Rules Committee, for allowing me the opportunity to testify on my committee's portion of this Energy and Infrastructure Jobs Bill. It really is a common sense approach that creates jobs, it expands American energy productions, and that, of course, combined with the transportation bill, will help our infrastructure. Our portion, there, is that better? Thank you. Our portion of the bill opens both onshore and offshore areas to energy production, which in turn will create a number of energy jobs. It will undoubtedly reduce gas prices, and it will decrease our dependence on foreign oil. I think those are all pluses. I was pleased that the President talked about energy in his State of the Union, but I have to say this, and I don't say this lightly, but his rhetoric is 180 degrees from his actions. Time and again, his administration has placed American energy resources off limits, and simply this bill seeks to reverse those policies and remove government barriers in a way that expands our American energy production. This bill will open new areas with the most oil and natural gas. What an interesting concept. If you know where the potential is, that's where you should go, and that's essentially what this bill does in the Atlantic, Pacific, and the Arctic. So it's a drill smart plan. This bill also will open less than 3% of ANWR in Alaska to American energy production. Keep in mind that this set aside in ANWR, the 3%, goes way back to President Carter in the Congress in the late 70s. And the potential in ANWR is over 10 billion barrels, and obviously the number of jobs that could be created by accessing that is huge. And finally, this bill promotes the development of our U.S. oil shale resources in the Rocky Mountain West. This is needed now more than ever, since the Obama administration just recently set out plans to withdraw over 1 million acres to oil shale development. The potential resources in this area is absolutely astounding, well over 1 trillion barrels equivalent. That's huge. And that obviously will, if we were to utilize that, would significantly reduce our oil energy dependence. So harnessing our energy resources, I think, goes hand in hand with our transportation and infrastructure repair in this country. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify, and I'll yield back my time.
Mr. Hastings, we appreciate your being here. Mr. Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. Let me just begin by saying that in the words of that great Republican Jim Inhofe from the state of Oklahoma, none of this in the natural resources section has any chance of passing the Senate. So I just would like all of you to know that, like Mickey Mantle, a great Oklahoman, just giving all of us that advice that these are phantom revenues that are going to come from phantom drilling that is never going to happen. So he's sending a get real message over here to the House of Representatives, but nonetheless I will go through these provisions that are not going to happen. First, opening the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge to drilling is obviously dead on arrival in the Senate, but just to make it even more dead, rather than the 2,000 acres that were going to be drilled in the past legislation that has died, they have now raised it to 150,000 acres that will have drilling allowed for, right in the biological heart of this pristine wildlife refuge. So they've increased exponentially the number of acres from 2,000 to 150,000, and as a result exponentially lowered the likelihood that it would ever become law. And half of the revenues, by the way, go to the state of Alaska. Half of the mythical, non-existent, fictional revenues go to the state of Alaska rather than to the Highway Trust Fund. And again, the key here is fictional. Likewise, the dramatically increased drilling off of the coast of California. Dramatically increased drilling off the coast of California and off of the coast of Florida. Two other things that aren't going to happen either. Those are just dead on arrival, and Republican members and senators are lining up to kill those provisions, so they're not going to happen either. And on top of that, the Obama administration has in place a more reasoned, safer drilling plan that makes fully 75% of the oil and gas resources offshore available to drilling. These dangerous provisions just are never going to happen. We all know they're never going to happen. We're not going to have drilling off of Florida and California. We should just try to start out where we're going to be forced to wind up anyway, because we need the revenues for the highway bill. And we just shouldn't be engaging in trying to find fictional revenues from fictional drilling that's never going to happen. And by the way, there still hasn't been any safety legislation passed post-BP. In the oil shale subtitle of this package, this resurrects a deficient Bush administration regulation and attempts to insulate it from legitimate legal challenges. The provision is a frantic rush to judgment, despite the fact that no commercially viable oil shale technology exists. And the potential impacts to the quality and quantity of water in Colorado and elsewhere are completely unknown. And inclusion of this provision in this package is particularly indefensible, given the CBO estimate that this provision will raise no revenue over the next 10 years. So again, CBO says no revenue will come out of this oil shale provision in the Rocky Mountain area over the next 10 years. So it's phantom revenues from phantom drilling again. So we've got the Arctic Refuge, we've got California and Florida coastline, we've got this oil shale that the CBO says is not going to produce any revenues for our consideration in the deficit reduction efforts that we have, or finding revenue for transportation in our country. And finally, I object to the provisions to legislate the permit for the Keystone Pipeline to benefit a single Canadian company. In my opinion, we should not be building a pipeline through the United States to transport Canadian oil to Port Arthur, Texas, because Port Arthur, Texas is a foreign trade zone where not one dime in taxes has to be paid in order to export that oil out of Port Arthur, Texas. So why would we allow for this to happen? So what my amendment says is that none of the oil which is going to go through that pipeline should be re-exported. Last year, the number one export of the United States was oil. The number one export in our country. We're seeking energy independence. If we're going to allow a pipeline to be built by Canadians through our country, endangering our environment, the least we should get out of it is that the oil stays in the United States. But their real play is to move it from from Alberta to Asia. That's the game, or to Latin America, not in the United States. So my amendment that I would ask to be put in order is an amendment that would ensure that that oil stays here, and that the Arctic oil stay in the United States, accompanied by a ban on any of the natural gas that we are going to be producing from the new leasing also stay here in the United States. That should be the goal of our country. And that we also close a loophole that allows for oil companies right now to drill for free off of our shores because of a mistake that Kerr-McGee helped to enshrine into law, but that would actually produce $9 billion worth of new revenue that we could use in order to pay for the new highways and the mass transit in our country. And finally, I have an amendment which would remove revenue sharing from the bill. If we're in a crisis, if there is a deficit, what in the world are we doing in this bill allowing for more revenue sharing with states that have federal land that's going to be drilled upon, but way out in the ocean? So that's federal money. That's federal land, and that's money that should go into the federal treasury in order to reduce the federal deficit. There might be another time and another place where we can share revenues with states, but it seems to me if we're taking it away from federal pensioners, if we're going to be short-circuiting environmental laws, if we're not even going to be guaranteeing that the oil stays in the United States, that the least that we should be able to say is we're not going to be sharing this money with the states as well. That's not the reason why we're doing this. So those are the proposed amendments that I make to you, Mr. Chairman, and I hope that they can be put
Thank you very much, Mr. Markey. Thanks to all 6 of you for being here and for representing your views as well as you have. And I have no questions. You've all been very, very clear, and obviously we've got a lot of work ahead of us. Our goal is to have a bipartisan measure here, and so I thank you all for working as we share the goal of making that happen. Mr.
Chairman, could I just announce that the administration has just issued a veto threat on this
Right.
bill?
Well, this is the beginning of the, let me just say that this is, you know what, if we're going to have lots of amendments that we're looking at to this measure.
Oh, maybe
what I hope very
some will
much,
pass that
I hope
they
very
like.
much that if there can be amendments made in order that will allow for consideration of this measure in the other body and a measure that the President could sign. Chairman Mike.
Mr. Chairman, might I announce that the President just signed the FAA bill that the Democrats could not do for 4 years, and we did in 12 months. And we're very pleased.
So in this great spirit of bipartisan,
we'll get people working
coming together here, and this is obviously our ultimate goal, and we appreciate the fact that you all have worked so well on this. Yeah, thank you. Yes, Mr. Sessions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and for the Chairman and ranking members who have joined us today in the Rules Committee, I appreciate the chance to do that. Ed, good to see you again. The effort, I think, should be, notwithstanding a lot of rhetoric that's going on around here, to work together. And I'm constantly amazed how this committee, under the great leadership of Dave Dreyer, talks about it, just as John Mica did in his committee, talked about trying to produce a product that everybody got a say in. And I'm disappointed when the first time when somebody comes up here to present something that they've brought a product that has been well worked, whether the entire package was political or not, but their work to it, that they're attacked. And I regret that. I regret that we treat each other that way. Mr. Mica, in particular, I want to say I was aware, because I watched on TV a good bit of your hearing. Not only your friendly observations and advice to people, but your openness and willingness to work on these things. I think that the American people are concerned about our ability to work together, and I intend to tell them every time I get a chance that $5 gallon and above is directly because of pin the tail on the donkey. It is Democrats, 100% of Democrats, who intend for gasoline to rise and for people to lose their jobs and for America to become uncompetitive. And there's no other way you can describe it as gasoline and the insistence that your party has, including your president, to drive gasoline prices up. There's no other conclusion anybody could make except an argument that well, we care more about it in Washington than the people do in their own state. That's a bunch of hogwash. This country must have an infrastructure that works. It must have airports, must have ports, it must have transportation areas, highways, bridges, roads, and we've also got to have gasoline that is available in cars that are cost effective also, and that we move forward. But I'm disappointed to see us just declare this thing dead, as we have seen in many things around here, before we get a chance to do our best work. And I think we ought to put our best effort at it. I think we ought to put our shoulder to the shovel. I think John Mica is a keen example of a senior member of this body who is trying to get that done. And I think we ought to contribute a little bit more. I think we ought to go to the floor and state our opposition, but dadgummit, this is as big as any bill we've ever seen in the majority, and a lot of work in here. These are the amendments, over 300 amendments from members that have been presented, and I just think that we shouldn't declare stuff dead from the beginning. I think we ought to let our best ideas float out of here, and I think we ought to find a way to speak about each other in a little bit better way. So, Chairman Mica, on behalf of the committee, I want to apologize for the way you've been treated. I think that you've done a marvelous job, and I'm sorry you had to defend yourself the way that you did. Mr. Rahal, I'm delighted that you had a chance to come up and offer your observations also. Equally important. And I think that we need to let this committee do its job. We've asked you to do your job. You came here today. And I look forward to hearing the amendments and letting members come up and represent themselves, and then we'll see what happens.
Would the gentleman from Texas yield?
I would yield to the gentleman, Mr.
Appreciate
Rahal.
the gentleman
Yes, sir.
yielding, and
Yes, sir.
certainly I complimented the chairman in my testimony here today for the hearings he's had across this country, but I would also note during that hearing process, almost while he was in my home area, there was a certain group called the RCCC. I believe you may have something to do
Well,
with
I'm chairman of that, if it's...
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was running ads
Yes,
in
sir.
my district on
Yes, sir.
TV at that time, earlier, this time last year,
Well, this,
falsely accusing me of being responsible for high gas taxes at a time when we started out working in a bipartisan fashion. So I would say to the gentleman, just look at all aspects of this, of where we got into this hole rather early on in the process.
well, I respect the gentleman for that. The facts of the case are I can support the thesis that came behind that, and I'd be pleased to do it, and might even do it again. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my
Would
time.
the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir, I would.
Yeah, just for the record, and this session on rules does create a record. We did present the bill to the minority, to the Democrats, a week before. We have. We also recorded exactly when each member got it, and had a way of tracking each copy, which was twice the amount of time that I was permitted, and we can also put that in the record if you would like.
I appreciate that. I would yield to the distinguished...
Thank you. I'll be very
gentleman from
brief.
California. Yes, sir.
As a Texan, I'm telling you what you already know, but yesterday I was in Corpus Christi, and with Mr. Markey's statement, which is probably very true, that he'd like to stop the export of natural gas, we had testimony under oath before our committee that 1/3 of all the natural gas wells that have been drilled in the last 2 years are presently being flared, basically burned, because there's not sufficient market for them. So when we consider banning exports, a violation of the WTO agreement, a violation of what we just sued China for when they tried to restrict bauxite, we do so to the detriment of actually using this fuel rather than burning it. So I would hope, as you're looking at all these amendments, that the facts of where we stand as basically the Saudi Arabia of natural gas, that we not miss that's an important part of the chairman and ranking member's bill, is that in fact we realize that 46,000 wells have come in producing vast amounts of natural gas. So I know you've got a lot to consider. That is one of the things the ranking member pointed out. Between our 3 pieces of legislation, there's a lot to chew, and we appreciate your trying to whittle it down to the appropriate germane amendments, and I thank you.
I appreciate the comments from the gentleman. I also appreciate the gentleman, Mr. Rahal, and his contact with me, and I enjoyed that. And, Mr. Chairman, Micah. Thank you for your comments. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mrs. Slaughter. Join us once again here at the Rules Committee. Nice to see you, Bob.
And I know Mr. Slaughter's going to be really chagrined if he thought I abused anybody here this afternoon. If I did, if I caused any ill will or anything, let me apologize. That was never my intent. I know that it's very hard work, and I have to be honest with you. You know I am. I don't see how this bill passes this House germaneness test, to tell you the truth. That we would try to pay for this by taking pensions away from federal workers. I think that's going to cause a lot of consternation around a lot of dinner tables tonight. But I'm going to take Mr. Rice's recommendation. I'm going to call for an open rule, Mr. Chair. So I'm making a move that we have an open rule for H.R. 7.
Just so I be quoted correctly, gentlemen, would the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
I thought your close rules in the last Congress were what I was calling for.
We had we were really generous. It was really amazing.
Perhaps just not on my bills.
I just so enjoy looking back on those days when everything was bipartisan and good.
You know, there's a famous quote, the good old days aren't what they used to be, and they never were.
We made a stab at it. Mr. Markion Anwar, I remember being in Rules, this came up 4 or 5 years ago. There was not a single oil company on the face of the earth that wanted to go up there and drill. Do you remember that?
There's limited
They weren't sure there was any oil in there, as the way I had read it at that time.
Well,
and they really didn't think it was worth the trouble.
It's a speculative, the ultimate amount of oil that can be drilled cost effectively is very speculative.
All right, well, I think so as well, and concerned and appreciated your amendments, and certainly hope that they pass the floor tomorrow.
May I just say, the oil companies do have an option on natural gas. They don't have to flare it, meaning burning it. They can actually just re-inject it and save it. So I just think that you should all understand it. That is not the only option.
Are you going to pay for them to drill a new well? You can't put it down the same hole. You've got to drill a separate well. There's a separate cost of storing it.
It can be saved, but and this is an important fact. Natural gas prices in the United States are 4 times lower than in Asia. Natural gas prices are 3 times lower in Massachusetts, in the United States, than they are in Europe. So for farmers, for manufacturers, for small business all across the state, it's very low price.
So that favors selling the surplus.
But the Energy Information Agency says that if the 7 LNG facilities that the oil industry proposes and the natural gas industry proposes be constructed so that we send the natural gas overseas, there'll be a 57% increase in natural gas prices in our country, hurting our farmers, hurting our small business, hurting consumers in our country. So save it, put it down the hole, keep it, save it for Americans, keep the price low, and let every other industry in America be the beneficiary, especially our farmers. That's the point. I'm sorry.
Well, are you aware of any intent by the Canadians to keep that oil that's shipped down here to Houston in the United States? Have they given any agreements?
No.
Made any assurance that they plan to do that?
And that's a very good point. I asked the CEO of TransCanada, the pipeline company, back in December in the hearing in the Energy and Commerce Committee if he would agree to keep the oil in the United States, because the Prime Minister of Canada is saying we should have a North American compact here. This will help keep energy independence high here in the United States and in Canada. They should be our partner. But then when you say to the pipeline company, let's keep the oil here in the United States, they say, absolutely not. We will not agree to that, and we want to send it to Port Arthur, Texas, the export zone in Texas, right, where they don't have to pay taxes to take it out of our country. So why don't we just take them at their word? They want it to be North American oil, helps our energy independence, will keep our oil prices lower, and they say absolutely not. The Canadians will not accept it. And I just don't think that we should be subservient to an agenda for a Canadian company to just use our country as the pipeline to get that oil out of our country.
The first pipeline they created has had, 11 leaks in 1 year?
there are environmental questions as the pipeline would be built over, aquifers in our country, go right through the aquifers.
our breadbasket.
Yeah, right through our breadbasket. So in other words, if we're going to take all the risks, the environmental risks, the least that the United States should receive are the benefits from the oil staying in our country. So if people want to say that this pipeline should be built, it will help the energy independence of our country, let's just write it into the bill. Let's have a vote on it. Let's just say, that would be part of the compact here. The environmental risks are taken by the United States, but the economic benefits, the energy independence benefits flow to our country. Seems to me that should be the deal. Otherwise, we take all the risk and get none of the benefits except for 6,000 temporary jobs it takes to build the pipeline.
Well, let me ask unanimous consent to put the administration statement
Without
in the
objection,
record.
the statement of administration policy.
If I may, I'll do just the last paragraph, Mr. Chair. It's very brief. But the administration is committed to working on a bipartisan basis on a surface transportation reauthorization bill that provides the necessary funding to modernize the nation's surface transportation infrastructure, to increase transportation options, maintain and create good-paying jobs, and ensure lasting economic competitiveness. Because this bill jeopardizes safety, weakens environmental and labor protections, and fails to make the investments needed to strengthen the nation's roads, bridges, rail, and transit systems, the President's senior advisors would recommend that he veto this legislation. And I would also like to insert in the record the CBO estimate of this bill that it will bankrupt the Highway Trust Fund in 4 years. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Such a rich environment to respond to. I won't delay long or repeat, I think, some things that my colleagues have said. I do want to thank the chairman of the committees for their hard work and the amount of time that's been spent on this. We really need a dictionary up here, I think, to explain to the American people what some of these words are that are being used. They're certainly not being used in the way that the public generally would understand them to be used. I want to commend particularly Chairman Mica for getting rid of the 6,371 earmarks that were in the last bill. It may be that the reason this bill is being characterized as such a bad bill is because Republicans have led the way to get rid of earmarks. I think the reason most transportation bills passed in the past was because people had earmarks in the bill, and it was the major way that bills were able to be passed. I want to say that in terms of our bringing common sense, as Chairman Hastings said, to this part of the bill that was in his committee, really applies in many ways to the three bills. Republicans are bringing common sense to the way we operate the federal government. And I looked up the antonym for common sense, and it is impracticality, foolishness, and insanity. Those are three of the antonyms that were given in the thesaurus for common sense. And I think if you sat here and listened to the comments that are made on the two sides of the aisle here, I think that really characterizes what we're talking about. Our friends talk about doing things that are totally impractical. There is very little common sense in the recommendations that are being made. We are, and I agree wholeheartedly with Chairman Hastings that the words and the actions of the President are 180 degrees apart, and that's about the kindest way that anybody can say it, it seems to me. Unfortunately, that has been the modus operandi of the president and of our friends across the aisle. I think the final comment that I'd like to make is having to do with the revenue that we're talking about. There's a famous saying by Willie Sutton, and they asked him why did he rob banks, and he said that's because that's where the money is. Well, all of this is revenue that comes into the American people, and it seems to me that whatever revenue comes in, it is there for us, particularly the House of Representatives, to decide how we are going to spend it. So saying that that changing the way retirements are funded for federal employees is not an attack on federal employees. Haven't heard anybody attacking federal employees. Most of the time around here, you hear expressions of deep appreciation for the hard work that federal employees do. All of our staff and we are federal employees. And I do think it's important, Chairman Issa, that we continue to point that out. But it is very clear that federal employees have a much better situation financially and as far as retirement is concerned than the average American. And that should not be.
Would the gentlelady yield?
Yes, I would.
Your point is so good, and the gentlelady, Ms. Slaughter, I think misunderstood when she said that we were taking away pensions. In fact, not one federal worker, no one in this room, not one federal worker will have a change in their ultimate benefit if they are already employed. Our change is for future generations. One of the reasons that this isn't a $1 trillion bill is, quite frankly, it kicks in almost 30 years from now in most cases. So I think you hit exactly the right point. This is a gradual change that will phase in with new employees. You hit it right on the head.
Well, thank you for helping to make that point. I had that in my notes, too. We are not taking pensions. We're not taking anything away from any federal employee. And frankly, I respect the hard-working federal employees, but we have a way too generous compensation package, and the American people want us to bring common sense to all parts of our government. They want accountability. They do not want us to experience anything more than the average person, and neither do they want federal employees to experience
Ms. Fox, one thing that hopefully everyone would like for the record is if you have a 401k is what you are putting into, federal workers can put exactly the same amount, and typically do, with a very generous match into what we call TSP. What we're changing is over and above that very generous program with a very good match. So we're talking about 401k plus tens of thousands of dollars of benefit from our separate retirement.
And as we all know, most businesses these days are struggling to stay in business, let alone having the money to match the 401ks. That in itself is above and beyond.
Well, gentlelady, yield just for a moment.
I would to the chairman.
I just want to say, and I want to say the rules committee, I have a very important meeting that I have to go to, and I'm going to have to beg leave. But sitting right to your left, Mr. Bishop is on the committee, and I know he's familiar with a lot of what we did. So, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I would...
Let me just say that by virtue of being here, every member has, before Mr. Hastings leaves, does any member have a specific question they'd like to raise for Mr. Hastings? Are you yielding back now, Ms. Fox?
I wasn't quite through, but
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but the time is what...
Thank you. We'll rely on Mr. Bishop here. I would want to say one quick thing to you.
As the chairman of the committee, every member has a right to raise a question to the chairman before he leaves.
Okay, sorry.
So please proceed.
I just wanted to say that in terms of ANWR, I have received, Mr. Chairman, some emails from members of the legislature in Alaska who have sent in their support for the aspect of drilling in ANWR, and I'd like to submit those. Thank you. And I would like to say that one of the best things I've ever done since I've been in Congress, my first summer here, I made a trip to Alaska, was able to fly over ANWR, was able to visit Prudhoe Bay, was able to see the entire operation there. And I think it is, the good Lord has given us resources, and it is up to us to use those responsibly. I believe we have used those responsibly, particularly in Alaska. And I think that since the people of Alaska want us to continue to use those resources, that we certainly should. And to say that there's fictional revenue here and that nothing's ever going to happen in terms of this drilling is a wishful thinking on the part of our colleagues.
Would the
Thank you.
gentlelady yield for
I
just
would yield.
I'm wondering if you would ask Mr. Hastings, if he would, to just explain the discrepancy between the 2,000-acre figure and the 150,000-acre figure that was thrown out here a while ago.
The essential difference, the footprint that you put when you drill is very small. In fact, you said you flew over Prudhoe Bay. If you were to take the technology right now that we know today and apply that to Prudhoe Bay, the Prudhoe Bay footprint would be extremely small. So the actual drilling part on ANWR is small. But like any other enterprise, there's associated support groups to that. And one of the ways that has been mitigated, by the way, in Alaska is with ice roads, where they don't damage the tundra at all. I mean, the industry does a remarkable job up there, but the main point is it's technology. In fact, just to give you an idea, we're all familiar here with Washington, D.C. and the Beltway. Technology exists today where you could put a drilling rig right here where the U.S. Capitol is, and you could drill beyond the Beltway. Now, that's remarkable technology that we have, and that could be utilized up, obviously, in ANWR and other areas that are nice without damaging.
There are no plans for that.
That's not in our bill, but I just wanted to simply say that tells you the technology. And if I were testifying here last year on this, that technology probably wouldn't be able to go that far. It tells you how far that is expanded.
Thank you. Ms. Fox? Before Mr. McGovern, if Mr. Hastings has to rush off to a meeting, I want to respect that, but I want to make sure that every member of the committee who has a specific question for Mr. Hastings has a chance to do that. Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Hastings. We appreciate your being here. Mr. Rahal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentlelady referenced earmarks and seemed to give the Republicans all the credit for that. I'm sure she realizes when the Republicans were last in control of this body, they led the way on earmarks, had many more earmarks than the members of the Democratic Party, and no transparency rules. It was when the Democrats came to power under Chairman Oberstar that we instituted true transparency on these earmarks, provided 2- and 3-page questionnaires that every member had to respond to. We scrubbed every earmark. And in Chairman Oberstar's legislation, although it never became law as we know, there was not a pushback from any group around the Beltway, around the country, on any of the earmarks that were included in his bill. I happen to be a defender of earmarks because I believe that's our constitutional duty as members of Congress, and we should not abrogate that or give that much power to any president, this president or any future president, to be able to bargain for votes in the House of Representatives with this money that's going to be spent anyway.
Mr. Connolly, before we go to Mr. McGovern.
Chairman Issa, I don't know if he meant to suggest this, but the suggestion that the bill in front of you with respect to federal employees has no impact on current employees is not correct. Current employees will pay more, 300% more, for their pensions, and current employees will lose their first supplement under this provision. It's also important to note, because I appreciate Mrs. Fox's statement of appreciation for the hard work of our dedicated public servants, that the pay freeze that public employees, federal employees, have been subjected to for the last 2 years contribute over $60 billion to debt reduction over the next 10 years. So it's not like we haven't asked sacrifice from the federal workforce. In fact, many of those federal employees are wondering when we ask for a sacrifice from anybody else. I wanted to clarify that for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
As long as it's been said, I only talked about their eventual retirement benefit. We do, and we are unapologetic, these 0.5% increases in our contribution as a share of our retirement are part of a change. And that is a routine consideration of how much we pay in versus how much the government pays in. So I appreciate the gentleman saying, yes, we are making modest changes in the amount being paid in by existing workers. The supplemental is very controversial because, in fact, it encourages people to voluntarily leave and go get another job. Well, in fact, we don't get to pick which employees stay. So it is, in fact, a reform in addition to a reform of federal workforce in addition to the whole question of money. Because if you don't want to lose an employee, why do we have a program that makes it very profitable for them to leave and go get another non-federal job early? So the gentleman's absolutely right. We do away with this supplemental unless we ask someone to leave, unless they're law enforcement, unless they're forced into retirement, because we do want to get out of the business of encouraging good people to go find another job, because the way we stack the dollars, it's in their best interest to leave. Now, that's good common sense of the federal workforce. So not every part of this can be easily scored, but part of it is about real reform that we think is important, and we hope you'll preserve that in the rule.
Mr. McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just say this is a kind of a frustrating moment because I think most of us believe that we should have a transportation bill. It's important to put people back to work and to rebuild our aging infrastructure, and would like it to be one that properly invested in our infrastructure as well as in mass transit. And my chairman said that the goal is a bipartisan measure. And with respect, I would like to inform my chairman you've already failed. This is a very partisan bill that is being brought before us. There's a number. Republicans took a number of unrelated bills. I mean, they're all cobbled together. Nearly 1,000 pages in the Rules Committee print of H.R. 7, and we told House members to come up with amendments, which they did. Now we're told that we're splitting them apart, so we've got to figure out whether the amendments they came up with are actually applicable or not. Some of the provisions in the Rules Committee print just came out of nowhere. No committee markup marked them up, which is an interesting piece of information for my friends who claim that they want transparency and openness and full disclosure here. This bill, in my opinion, again, I regret the fact that it is not a bipartisan bill. I thought that if there was one thing, only one thing we could all come together on, it would be a transportation bill. That's not going to happen. This bill is not salvageable, in my opinion. It's, you may be able to twist a few arms and force a few of your colleagues on the Republican side to vote for it to get a majority. This ain't going anywhere in the Senate, and it's certainly not going to be signed by the President of the United States. Those of us who are suggesting a delay are not suggesting that we don't do a transportation bill, but are suggesting maybe we go back and do it right in a bipartisan way, and I yield back the ballot.
Mr. Bishop.
Let me not take a lot of time, but I do want to ask a couple of questions just for informational value. First of all, I appreciate all three committees being here. The question was asked on why the three are here, and I think there's obviously a nexus here. You have a bill that builds stuff. The other two committees have a bill that will help build the stuff and pay for it. So there is a nexus. Mr. Mike, if you were not using, I don't know if your committee's worked on this, if you were not using any other revenue builders coming from helping this country become energy independent, how much of a gas tax increase would it take to fully fund this bill?
Good. It's a good question. How much would it take? About 20 cents gas tax increase.
So 20 cents on the federal level,
Yeah.
or to try and build resources in America. Okay. That helps.
Again, right now we raised $35 billion and we're short.
Okay. That's a good number to have there, and I appreciate that. Mr. Rice, I do need to ask a couple of questions as to the pension issues that are going to be there. As I understand, is there a change in the final average salary for existing employees?
Not a penny.
So the 3 to 5 years is only for new employees, not current employees.
The change affects only people who have not yet been hired at the time of the signing of the bill. So for employees who are currently working, or employees who return to us but have 5 years of vesting before they leave, they will be under their existing 1% or 1.6%. Now, amount deducted, this 0.5% increase for 3 years, that will kick in. In other words, our contribution to our overall retirement, that's kicking in for existing employees. So we'll pay a little more for what we ultimately get, but there'll be no change in the eventual retirement benefit for existing employees and for employees that return if they had 5 years before they left.
All right, that's going to be very important. I realize future employees and those without vesting. So the 3 to 5 year final, 3 to 5 year final average is only for future hires.
Exactly. It's, oh no, I apologize. Oh, I see what you mean. You're talking about the high 5 versus the high 3. I apologize. That will take effect for people who basically remain more than 3 years. That is kicking in. And understand that's a very small group of people. Members of Congress, for example, have had no change in their pay for the last 3 years. Most of our staff have had very little. It affects those people who have a very short period of time in which they make a very large amount of money. So when we looked at it, it actually was a small group that got a big difference, while the vast majority of people going from 3 to 5 made no difference in their eventual pay.
Did the committee consider the concept of grandfathering existing employees with these changes?
I believe there were no amendments offered to that at all.
Can I also ask another question? Did the committee review either the solvency or sustainability of the FIRST program?
Well, the FIRS program is not based on how much you pay in to get out. It in fact, although it has a trust fund, it's all the money is taken out. But your point is...
Was there a question as to the actuarial solvency of the program?
We have run those figures both for post office employees and others and periodically rerun them because the agency's contributions are required to meet that requirement.
Mr. Bishop, would you yield just for observation? Speaking for the ranking member, our committee held no hearings on this bill, so the questions you're asking are very worthwhile, and if we'd had hearings, perhaps we could have explored those.
And Mr. Bishop, I apologize. You get the current versus the other. Current employees, those vested, also remain at high 3. That high 5 is for future employees. So again, that's one of those, it will kick in over 30 years. It's not kicking in for any current employee.
So let me see if I apologize for this. I just want to make sure I'm clear on it.
Now, making the record straight, I apologize for not getting it right to you the first time.
So the change from high 3 to high 5 will only be for future employees and those who have not hit the vesting level right now?
Those who are future or those who have not vested and leave and come back.
Okay.
So as long as you stay employed, you're covered by the old system.
All right.
And there's just that narrow group of people who work, maybe they worked for 2 years and they come back 2 years from now. They will be under the new system because of that break.
Because they have not vested prior.
Because they hadn't vested prior.
Okay, I understand that. The 1.5% increase, though, in the retirement contribution, that will be for future and current employees. That hits everybody.
That's correct. That is a change in how much you pay in as your share, and it's phased in at 0.5% a year.
I am not advocating, if this question, making House and Senate employees be treated differently. I do know, though, that when the current changes were put in there, there was a question because the House and Senate employees are at-will employees. The other employees in the federal government have merit protection with them.
That is true for some, but remember, the executive branch appointees are also at will. So there's kind of a lumping of, if you look at the tens of thousands of people the President has appointed or put in, they're also at the pleasure of the President or the pleasure of the agency. You're absolutely right that there is a difference between career-protected individuals and the 10,000 or so people working in the Congress who have no such protection, or, in fact, the political appointees. We sought to be as fair as we could by differentiating not at all. Others might say that there should be preferential treatment for those who serve at the pleasure of the President or their congressman. We didn't make that change.
It's good to know there's a philosophical basis for that.
There is.
I do have a lot of other questions, but we are running out of time, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Could I just mention one thing before you yield back?
Let me just say that we have one vote on the House floor. We've got lots of work ahead this evening for the Rules Committee. We have other witnesses from whom we're going to be hearing in just a few minutes, so I'd encourage members, since I was just told we only had one vote, Nick, is what I was
I think it's one in the journal. They may waive the journal.
Yeah. Okay. So we have one vote. So what I'm going to do is encourage members, if they want to go downstairs and cast a vote, we'll just continue our work here.
Mr. Bishop, if you'd yield briefly.
Go ahead, no, go ahead, please.
Okay, just very briefly, relative to Keystone, and that's not directly in mind, but because I visited Azerbaijan when we put in the pipeline that went from Kazakhstan through Turkey, eventually providing Europeans with oil, everyone who came there to make speeches, heads of state, including distinguished representatives of the United States, all had one thing to say. All oil going into the flow of commerce does two things. It enables the buyer to get a better value with less risk of one source turning it off, and in fact, it benefits everyone in the world with lower prices. So understand, although Mr. Markey talks about us not buying this oil in some sort of a guarantee, in fact, it causes Putin's Russia to have less stranglehold on Europe. It causes the price for every American to, by definition, be smaller if the world supply is greater. And I hope that we all consider very much how valuable Keystone is to global security and price.
Thank you. Mr. Hastings.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. I regret very much that our colleague, Mr. Sessions, is not here because I firmly disagree with his notion that the only reason gas prices have gone up is because of Democrats. That's crazy. In no uncertain terms. I'm old enough to remember when gasoline was a nickel a gallon. And when it was a nickel a gallon, we had a Democratic president, but now, just yesterday, I paid $4, and all I can tell you is all of my life, everything that I've ever known that was consumed by human beings has gone up in price, and gasoline was one during Democrat and Republican administrations, when Democrats were in control of the House, the Senate, and when Republicans were in control of the House and Senate, gas has gone up. And I wonder what he thinks about the EPA standards with reference to efficiency of automobiles and whether or not that saved an awful lot of energy in our country. I do have a question of the chairman and the ranking member. It is of vital concern that all of us address the subject of the things that are used to build roads and all of the steel and all of that. Why then did you choose to not extend the Buy America provision?
Mr. Hastings, I appreciate the question. That this was an amendment in committee. It was debated quite a bit. My tougher Buy American provision did not pass, but a watered-down version of it did pass. By tougher, I mean my amendment would have prevented what is occurring in California's largest infrastructure project in history there on the Bay Area Bridge, where they are importing some 46,000 tons of steel stamped made in China, using American taxpayer dollars for full employment for 3,000 Chinese workers, while we are paying unemployment benefits in this country, as you know. So my amendment would have prevented the segmentation of that project. That's how they skirted current Buy American provisions.
Let me respond, if I may. We did let the committee will prevail, and we have members from the West Coast, from Pennsylvania, California, who would have been adversely affected by the provisions that were submitted by the ranking members. So, again, I think in fairness, and there are also certain types of games and advantages and disadvantages by certain considerations of where you have steel coming into the process. So that's the committee's vote decision, and I stick with it. Just one other thing, since I may not be able to come back. The question of earmarks was brought up, and I think the ranking member stated how the Democrats cleaned up the process. I might add that both sides did the wrong thing with earmarks, and they did not properly vet them. While Mr. Oberstar made some reforms, the Republicans, under my leadership as the ranking member, went far beyond that. We not only opened them up, we shared them with everyone on public file. The only problem is, under our committee rules, the Democrats shared their earmarks requests with us, and we did likewise. So as soon as we opened them up to everyone and go back and look at the press accounts, they came down the hall, hauled all their earmarks, and kept them in the dark out of the sunshine. So I just want to add that for posterity. Thank you.
Well, if I had my druthers, we wouldn't have the issue of earmarks, because we talk about it here inside the Beltway, and particularly here at the Capitol, as if we are doing something magnificent by causing members not to be able to direct resources to their respective constituencies. And it's as if the money isn't going to be spent. But I don't want a bureaucrat from someplace around the world telling me what's needed in Belgrade, Florida. I just simply abhor that notion, and I think we've done ourselves a disservice. We may be cute enough to call somebody to get to be elected senator or governor by talking along those lines, but I've said what I'm saying to you with the person that started the earmark drumbeat, Jeff Flake, as best I know it. I've said to him repeatedly that it is a terrible mistake, and we are putting ourselves in a position of being robotized at some point. Mr. Chairman, I recognize the time constraints, and perhaps it is, I'm sorry, Ed, I was getting ready to ask another question, but please, I'll yield to you. Go right ahead, sir.
Back. I was just going to say that there is no global market for natural gas. The oil and gas industry wants to create a global market for natural gas by exporting it. But right now, if the price of a barrel of oil is $116 a barrel, $116 a barrel, it's $116 a barrel everywhere. But for natural gas, we're paying 4 times less because it's domestic. We're paying 3 times less than Europe because it's domestic. The oil industry wants to export the natural gas to create a world price, which is good for the oil industry. And by the way, if you come from Louisiana or Texas, don't support the Markey Amendment. But if you come from every other state and your manufacturers, your farmers are getting this very low natural gas price right now, to allow them to create a global natural gas price that's never existed before really would harm us. And ironically, let me just say this, in terms of why we need extra revenue, it's the energy efficiency standards are now leading to less gasoline being consumed. Exactly. So there's not a tax that it can be applied to a gallon of gasoline that's not being consumed. So it's actually, energy efficiency policies which have created this problem where we have to find additional revenues, and it's only going to worsen as each year goes by, and we go up to 54.5 miles per gallon for a driver in our country. So I just wanted to throw that.
If we were to take, I would like to try to move ahead. If we were to take all of the time that we had to try to explain something that's coming from the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, the Keystone Bill is coming from Energy and Commerce, the financing piece is reported by Ways and Means, the employee pensions comes out of Mr. Iser's Committee, Oversight and Government Reform, and the pro-drilling, oil leasing, oil shale bills, and others are reported by Natural Resources, plus some research and development related provisions in the Science Committee's jurisdiction, and a few additional provisions. I think we are treading down a tremendous path, and I'm curious about this transparency as to what it is we have to hide if we're going to take a bill this size, patch it, glue it together, make it a Frankenstein monster, then separate it, and somehow or another those of us that would offer amendments are supposed to be able to have it addressed in a meaningful way. I suggest that is not going to happen, as most of us know. Let me just put it this way. We know, all of us in this room, that we're in political gridlock, and we are offering things here in this particular measure that we know are not going to pass the United States Senate. So we're getting ready to have 300 amendments, if those are made in order, or we're getting ready to have however many amendments are made in order, use up whatever time that we are going to use up, not creating a single job, not one job, at a time when everybody in this country, in Republicans and Democrats, conservatives and liberals, are concerned about the economy. Ray LaHood summed this up, and I repeat, Ms. Slaughter presented it earlier, but I repeat what Chairman of the Cabinet member from the Transportation Committee, who some of us served with, and for those of you that didn't know Ray, I don't know too many people that have been in this institution that have been more bipartisan in terms of trying to get us to get along. Ray is the author of the plan that took us up to Hershey, Pennsylvania, to try to get us to just sit down and talk with each other. His quote attributed to him is, "This is the most partisan transportation bill that I've ever seen, and it is also the most anti-safety bill I have ever seen. It hollers out our number one priority, which is safety. It's the worst transportation bill I've ever seen during 35 years of public service. I add 19 years here in the House of Representatives to what it is he has to say." And going back to the buy in America, if we can't make it in America, and if we don't have anything that is made in America, then we're not going to be able to make it in America. Mr. Chairman, something I normally don't do. The fine young people that work with me prepare a rules rundown for me before we come in here. And it has numerous questions, highlights all of the issues that are of vital concern, talks about our amendments, and I'd ask unanimous consent
Without
to
objection,
submit it.
included in the record.
And I'd yield back to balance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hastings. Let me just say, I see Mr. Scalise, Mr. Franks, Ms. Hanabusa. Now, have the three of you cast your votes on the floor yet? Okay. Wait just one second, gentlemen. Before we get down there, I want to see Mr. Nugent, Mr. Polis. Any questions? Mr. Webster? Okay, hold on. Please.
Natural resource. He's back. Okay, I got a question.
Please proceed.
Yes, you have made some pretty strong arguments towards using the oil that would be in a pipeline to be used here in America. I think it's a great idea, and to make sure that the oil stays here and maybe even the natural gas. My question is, if we were able to adopt your amendments, would you support the underlying measure?
Would I what?
Would you support the underlying measure if we adopted your strong amendments? I mean, you spent a lot of time arguing for those amendments here, and you've maybe convinced some of us. And if we were to do that and we were to support it, would you go ahead and vote for the bill?
I thank the gentleman for asking. I just want what the bargain is to actually be a reality. Okay? So if the oil is to stay in America and help our energy independence, then we should have an amendment to do so. But if as the gentleman from California, Mr. Eisner, says, that it's to send a message to Putin that we're letting the oil come from Canada right through our country to blow into the international market to lower oil prices for people in China, then we should also know that, because I just don't think that would be something that the American people would support. So, no, all I'm saying is let's have the deal. Harper, the Prime Minister, and all the oil company advocates say that is going to happen, which is the oil stays here. I don't think it is. I think the whole thing is there's a very high prevarication coefficient that is attaching to this bill, and I just want the amendment to just be voted upon as it is being propounded to us that the oil stays here. So the answer is no.
Thank you. Gentlemen, have any further questions? Is there anybody else on the committee that did not have a chance, perhaps gone to vote, that did not have a chance to engage, at least the gentleman, Mr. Markey? Mr. Markey, thank you. You're excused. And thank you for your time to be here before the Rules Committee. We're now ready for the next panel, and a welcome to each of you who are here. I'd like to first go to the gentlewoman, Mrs. Hanabusa, for her testimony. As always, if she has any prepared remarks without objection, I will enter those into the record. Gentlewoman's recognized.
Secretary of the Interior say that the drilling operation conducted under shall be made and meet the following requirements. Third-party certification for safety systems related to well control.
All right. For well control, and to basically prevent the blowouts. The performance of blowout preventers are to be assessed, and also an independent third-party certification of well casing and cementing programs, a mandatory safety and environmental management system by operators of the Outer Continental Shelf, and procedures and technologies to be used during the drilling operations to minimize the risk of anything igniting and explosions of hydrocarbons. Mr. Chair, the issue is, of course, the BP oil spill. People have been asking, what are we doing to prevent it and to ensure safety? All that this amendment does is it is addressing the safety requirements as part of the leasing, which, as we all know, is part of the funding source of H.R. 7. Thank you very much.
Thank the gentleman for her comments. We're also joined today by two other members of our body who are here, and I'd like to defer to the gentleman, Mr. Scalise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. I appreciate you having this hearing and want to present amendment number 74. And this amendment deals with, as we approach the 2-year anniversary of the BP Horizon disaster, this would actually establish the Gulf Coast Restoration Trust Fund, and it would direct 80% of those fines that BP and the other responsible parties will have to pay to the Gulf Coast states as they deal with, and we deal with, the different problems, both environmentally and economically, that our states are struggling with, and we know we'll be struggling with for years to come. And it would ensure that the fines that are paid by the responsible parties, rather than taxpayer money, be used to help us respond to and recover from the damage. And in fact, this follows the model that all three commissions that have been done, the National Oil Spill Commission, the Gulf Coast Ecosystem Restoration Task Force, and Secretary Mabus's panel who did the initial oil spill report, have all laid out this model that the BP fines, BP and all other responsible party fines, should be dedicated to the Gulf Coast states that have experienced the damage. This has bipartisan support, not only Congressman Richmond, but many, over 30 members of Congress are co-sponsors of this legislation, including Don Young, who was one of the architects of the original law that created the fines that the responsible parties will have to pay. And ultimately, what we're trying to do is set up a mechanism that will allow our states to recover from the damage using the fines that the responsible parties will have to pay, rather than having taxpayer dollars involved. And so with that, I would be happy to answer any questions and appreciate the time of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Scalise. We'll now go to gentleman Mr. Franks of Arizona. Mr. Franks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be very brief. Mr. Chairman, the administration last year withdrew approximately 1 million acres of land in Arizona from being able to mine it for uranium. It happens to be the second most prolific source of uranium in our entire nation. Contains about 326 million pounds of uranium ore on the low side. And, Mr. Chairman, they use many different reasons for that, saying that it potentially could contaminate the Grand Canyon, which is 10 miles away. That's be like standing here and being in Falls Church. Mr. Chairman, there was a bill passed in 1984. Congress passed the Arizona Wilderness Act that specifically recognized uranium potential of the area that we're talking about. And they released this, Mr. Chairman, so the land could be mined. This was something that was a collaborative effort between the National Parks Conservation Association, the Wilderness Society, and the Sierra Club. It's also some of the notion that somehow this might be dangerous to the soil in the area, but after a study by the University of Arizona showed that after 35 years of irrigation and fertilization, there would be no increase in bioavailable uranium after 35 years. In other words, this is all, unfortunately, just a political effort to reduce our capability to mine our own uranium. I could talk about the jobs. I could talk about at least 1,000 jobs. I could talk about the $30 billion worth of uranium that we're going to be losing here. But the big thing is this. We have 104 nuclear power plants in this country that need this uranium. We import 90% of our uranium in this country, 90%, Mr. Chairman. And that's not to suggest even that we would forget that the nuclear triad that this country needs also needs uranium. So this is a national security component. And as it happens, Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, when this bill was trifurcated, it will mean that my amendment will no longer be germane, but I would just wanted to bring this to the attention of the committee because it is a vital issue, and we are bringing our country to a point where we're not going to be able to meet our own energy needs nor our own national defense needs, and not to mention the economic impact, and this is a perfect example. And we would hope to reverse this decision by the amendment, and I'm sorry that it won't happen this time.
Mr. Franks, Ms. Hanabusa, thank you so much for joining us today. If you could now submit yourself, make yourself available for what will be some discussion. I'm going to defer my questions pending the return of the gentleman, Mr. Dreyer, or I'll go last, either whichever occurs first. Gentlewoman, Mrs. Fox.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the three members who are here. I appreciate their comments. I am particularly concerned about the comments that Mr. Franks has made in terms of alerting the American people to the situation that we have in terms of making ourselves dependent on other countries. This country has no reason to be dependent on any other country for any resource whatsoever, and anything that we can do to create our independence again from any other country, we need to do. And so I appreciate your bringing this to our attention, and I look forward to our finding ways to solve this problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Slaughter?
No questions.
No questions. Mr. Bishop?
Yeah, let me ask a couple of questions. Mr. Franks, if possible. You mentioned a Wilderness Act. Whose act was that?
That was passed in the Arizona Wilderness Act of 1984, and the bill was a collaborative effort. I mean, this is something where we had agreed, the mining and livestock industries, the National Parks Conservation Association, the Wilderness Society, the Sierra Club, all of them had agreed that this land would be available for mining. And again, not to overemphasize it, Mr. Bishop, but we now import 90% of our uranium. That's something that should be an alarm bell for us.
And I thought it was Morris yes.
I'm sorry?
It was Udall's bill.
That's correct. I'm sorry.
From the very beginning, and also the entire delegation at the time worked on that. We get all our we import our uranium that we're using now. It's almost coming all from the Soviet Union.
A lot of it's Soviet Union. They're a big supplier. Yeah.
The Arizona Environmental Department, whatever the acronym is, did they review this proposal?
Not to any extent. In fact, their governor has said that this is a devastating blow economically to us.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman yields back his time. Thank you very much. Mr. McGovern. No questions. No questions, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Nugent, no questions. Mr. Polis?
No questions.
No questions. Mr. Scott? No questions. Mr. Webster? Thank you very much. I will go ahead and ask my questions then, and I thank you very much. Mrs. Hanabusa, I note that you're on the Resources Committee. Do they have original jurisdiction for the pieces of your bill?
Pardon?
Does the Resources Committee have original jurisdiction for the things which are contained within your bill?
Yes, I believe that they do have original jurisdiction on the issues.
So have you had a hearing on any of these issues or ideas? I'll be honest with you, I don't know what happened after BP, what the recommendation was, what the things that came out of that, but you sit on the committee that has original jurisdiction.
If you, I think on some of the prior Rules Committee, I have offered a very similar kind of amendment when it comes to the drilling, offshore drilling issues, and this is something that is raised within the committee. And I don't recall specifically whether in this go-around, whether three bills were discussed, whether this specific amendment was raised. I did not personally raise this amendment at that time. Okay. But I do believe that this is a critical issue as it made its way forward, and it is something that I believe is completely germane and something that should be considered by the Congress as a whole.
Okay. So, and thank you very much. You've indicated you believe you have original jurisdiction in the committee. Have you held a hearing on this? Has this been vetted with the committee? Have you talked with them about it? Was it ever an amendment in any markup procedure? Was a hearing held and both sides were heard?
I believe Ms. Tsongas did introduce this amendment, in committee, and it did not pass.
Did not pass.
Right.
Well, has a hearing been held on these recommendations?
I think it was during the markup that the actual amendment was proposed.
Good, good. Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Scalise, you've heard the testimony from the gentlewoman, and we've now established that the jurisdiction lies within the Natural Resources Committee. Obviously, you are very close to, by proximity of being from Louisiana, and as a member of Congress at that time, you were well engaged in this BP issue. Do you have any comment on what the testimony that's been presented as a result of you sitting on a committee that might also have jurisdiction, not original, on her amendment of
Yeah, and I haven't
applying
read
these?
that. I haven't read that amendment.
Haven't read that.
I know Department of Interior's changed a number of policies relating to applications to drill as well as drilling permits.
Safety concerns that would be addressed.
Yeah, things that we're still working through right now.
Good, okay. The gentleman, Mr. Woodall, has now arrived, and I don't know if you have any questions for this panel. No questions. Thank you very much. Not hearing any other request for questions, this panel is dismissed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members.
Very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
We have now concluded the hearing for H.R. 3813 and H.R. 3408. And before coming back, we will consult with the ranking member on the time, but I think that we will be no less than 30 minutes notice that will be given as always, and the committee stands in recess. Written, we will accept that without objection. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to hear and to request the opportunity to present an amendment on the floor. In many ways, it's about jobs, it's about the American economy and the necessity of finding opportunities for Americans. This amendment is one of the Make It American amendments that I've been pushing for some time. And specifically, it would require that in the offshore and the leasing of federal lands for oil and gas exploration, at least 60% of the equipment used for that be American made, thereby creating opportunities for American manufacturing. Because of the possible unavailability of certain types of equipment used by the waiver
I don't.
start over.
If the gentleman will just see if he can speak directly. Is that microphone on? Okay, it is on now. Thank you. And Mr. Sutherland, when you are recognized, if you could please make sure yours is on. And gentleman may continue. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll spare you the burden of starting over. This is a very simple but a very, very important amendment that would, if it became a law, require that at least 60% of the equipment used in offshore and onshore accessing oil and gas be American-made equipment. There's a waiver that the Secretary of Interior can use if that equipment is not available for any number of reasons. That's it. We know it works. And there are many examples. I hesitate to use this, but the American Recovery Act required that for the for the transportation for trains that be made in America. The result of that is Siemens has opened a factory in Sacramento to manufacture rail cars, locomotives, and the rest, simply to access the American money in that particular area. So we know it works, and it'd be good to have the American manufacturing jobs. That's the amendment, and I would ask for your support and the opportunity to put this amendment on the floor.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garamendi. Mr. Sutherland, welcome to the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, the ranking member. I am before you here today to ask your consideration for an amendment sponsored by myself and co-sponsored with 12 other members of the Florida delegation regarding H.R. 7 and one of the pay-fors, which opens up the eastern side of the Gulf of Mexico. For many of us that are in Florida, we are aware of an established military mission line. And I would like to just read a brief statement. I know time is precious, but the American Energy Infrastructure Jobs Act, H.R. 7, while taking solid steps towards building the infrastructure and job creation in this nation, does not provide the level of protection needed for critical military mission and defense needs in the state of Florida. Prior to the enactment of the current moratorium on drilling on the east side of the Gulf, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld stated that in those areas east of the military mission line, drilling structures and associated development would be incompatible with military activities, such as missile flights, low-flying drone aircraft, and weapons testing training. And again, just for the sake of time, Northwest Florida, for those who may not be familiar with our area that I call home, is home to 7 military installations, including the training ranges for the F-35 and the F-22. And the defense industry has an economic impact of over $15 billion on Northwest Florida and over $60 billion statewide and as far as defense preparedness. Florida's Great Northwest is also a huge organization in Florida as an opposition of violating the military mission line. And so today I represent our constituents, I represent many organizations, and those who love the military and recognize that 40% of our revenue in Northwest Florida is derived from the military missions as well as the defense contracting industry. So the offset here, a $1.78 billion revenue stream as a result of the leases pales in comparison to the economic development, the national security of those ranges, again, for the F-35 and the F-22. And so I just respectfully come before the Rules Committee today and give us the opportunity, if you would, to allow this amendment to come to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also want to acknowledge, the Chair recognizes that the gentleman, Mr. Polis, has an additional amendment, and I would ask that he be recognized at this time for that purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have several statements. I'd like to submit a statement
Mr. Garamondi, if you would please make yourself available to the committee. You have not been excused yet.
I have a statement from Alcee Hastings to submit to the record, 2 statements from Representative Judy Chu of California, and 1 from Representative Adams
without
of
objection.
California. Thank you. We'll include those in the record. Mr. Chairman, I submitted an amendment to H.R. 7 that strikes a section of great concern to communities in my district in the state of Colorado. It's a section that would mandate the leasing of lands for technology that doesn't even exist yet, namely commercial-scale oil shale development. CBO has scored this section as bringing in 0 revenues over 10 years. I've included a small offset for the 5-year window in order to comply with CUTGO. So I feel that my staff and I have checked every box to ensure that my amendment is germane. We now hear that H.R. 7 will be divided into several bills. I hope that this amendment is allowed in the appropriate bill. What it does is it removes a section of the bill that threatens agriculture and recreation jobs in my district and in my state, as well as across the country, and has much larger ramifications for Western water supplies as a whole. It strikes a section that CBO says will bring in no money. And I know that the majority party on natural resources has placed a high value on ensuring local support for legislation, but this provision does not pass that litmus test, as local leaders of both parties across the political spectrum have spoken out against a rush to lock up land and water for a technology that we don't even know what it'll look like and does not currently exist. With no revenue associated with the oil sales section of the bill, no commercially viable technology to get the oil out of the rock, there's no reason that this should remain in this bill. In scoring the bill, CBO couldn't even conceive of a scenario under when this legislation would create a viable commercial oil shale industry. I fear that this would lead to a land rush to lock up 2 million acres of public lands to fuel speculation, offering bargain basement royalty prices to oil companies. If there is a commercially viable technology at some later date, we should have a process that treats taxpayers fairly rather than incurring a land rush based on pure speculation for a technology that it doesn't exist today and produces no revenues, according to the CBO's own estimate for this bill. So I'm hopeful that the committee will allow and forward to the floor my amendment for discussion by the committee on the whole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Post, for your amendment that you brought forward. Now I would like to open up the floor to these two gentlemen. If I could hold Mr. Post for the end. Evidently, Mr. Garamendi needs to get out of here, so we'll go directly to you. If anybody has a question, please, for the gentleman from California first. Mr. Woodall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Garamendi, I appreciate the intent of your amendment. I'm a big Buy America person, too, and perhaps we'll be able to work together on some other issues as well. But where do you go to get that designation of made in the USA? We have so many, assembled here, manufactured here, produced here, assembled elsewhere. What is it that needs to meet that 60% threshold?
The Department of Commerce and the Department of Transportation over the years have had Buy America laws in place. They've had waivers that basically have made those laws inoperative. And they do have regulations and that classify and define products that are made in America. It varies depending upon the piece of equipment. Sometimes it is assembly. Sometimes it is the actual manufacturing of the individual parts. So we build off what exists today. We're not establishing a new procedure, but rather that the procedures be in place for these particular purposes and that there be a waiver provision so that if it's not available, for example, a floating drilling rig.
I thank you. And Mr. Sutherland and I, thinking about your amendment, I know you can't speak for all the folks who are on there joining with you in that amendment, but we talk so much about drill here, drill now, and then we hear from folks who say, well, by drill here, drill now, I meant drill anywhere except in my backyard. I don't want folks in my backyard drilling. I know the Gulf already makes a huge contribution to energy production here in this country. Are you saying anything about not in my backyard, or are you speaking strictly from a national defense perspective? And if the Secretary of Defense said this is perfectly compatible with our national defense needs, then that would be satisfactory as well?
No, look, I'm a small business owner, and I think there is some work that needs to be done to multi-generational businesses, hundreds of them, I might add, that have still yet to receive any compensation from BP for a full review. And that's just a fact. I live in my neighborhood, in my community. There are hundreds of businesses that will never see another day of operation because of the devastation. It's been 2 years. Okay, I have a proven record as a member of Natural Resources in my support of our energy pursuit as a country. I think for us to be dependent upon other countries that mean us harm is insane. This is a jobs issue. To me, I'm strongly in favor of the Keystone Pipeline. I think that right now, though, when you realize what the Florida military and what the military does to our neck of the woods, and that they spend almost $70 billion in the state of Florida, and over 43% of that figure is in northwest Florida because of the ranges to the east of the military mission line for the F-35, the F-22, and prior to that, the F-15. And the F-16. I think that, hey, when you've got $70 billion in hand, it's better than sacrificing that or putting that at risk for a hope-for 1.78 in royalty sales. It's just, to me, this is a common sense thing. And I am in favor of drilling. So, no, I don't think it's, hey, drill anywhere but here. I just think that there are several circumstances. Again, if BP had come in and everybody would have been made whole in a perfect world, that would be wonderful. but I know that has not happened.
Yeah, well, I know there are seagulls and pelicans and crabs and all the like down there that draw tourists to your shores, but I will tell you, as a young man who spent a lot of time on those beaches, there is no sight more worth sightseeing than a screaming jet coming overhead to remind you.
Well, and I will say this about jobs, and I thank you for, because that's how I grew up. I'll say this about those jobs. The average DoD worker and those that are in the defense contracting business, those jobs are at a level at 175% of the average wage in Florida. So we're talking about wonderful paying jobs in Florida now. And so to sacrifice those or put those at risk for a hope for that amounts to $1.78 billion seems to me, as a business owner, if you have to make choices between good and best, we're making the best decision right now for the state of Florida.
I thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Gentleman's right there. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Rahal testified that there is already some Buy American preference in the bill. Now, again, this whole bill having just been recently dumped on us, I haven't had the chance to read it. This is one of the bills where the Republican majority is telling us to pass it, so we might know what's in it. But my question for you is, how is your proposed Buy American concept different than the one that is somewhere in this very heavy document that we're going to be reading all night tonight?
Yeah. The provisions that are in the bill, my understanding, and I think I share your concern about exactly what is in it, but my understanding and the staff's understanding is that the Buy American provisions do not pertain to this particular area of the exploration and production of oil and gas. They do, however, apply in the transportation sector. And I know that Mr. Rahal is putting forth or is suggesting an amendment that would strengthen the language that is currently in the bill, which I would consider to be very, very weak and have little, if any, effect. So I think he has an amendment that perhaps he talked about it here earlier. But this one speaks to an area that does not presently have a Buy America provision.
Okay. I thank the gentleman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from our Rules Committee panel? Mr. Sutherland, you brought back some ideas in my mind about a time when you and I stood at the 9/11 memorial that is there on the waterfront at Pensacola, and I told you a story not unlike what we experience, you experienced many times, but my father who used to fly B-25s out of Pensacola, and he spoke with you that day about how great not only the area is, but also the benefit to national security that Florida not only plays in the role that they have, but how to protect that. And I want to just, I don't know whether you remember that or not.
Oh, I remember it.
A period of time when it was a real rush to you, but
sure.
Certainly the protection of the area, always the environment, but also our nation is important. And I wanted to let you know that I'm honored that you're here today to speak about, once again, Pensacola, Florida.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to this is my first opportunity that I've had to address the Rules Committee, and it's a great privilege to be able to do so, to at least state my case. So thank you very much.
Oh, good. Well, we hope that you were treated well enough where you'll want to come back.
I will, sir.
This panel is dismissed, and thank you very much. And I apologize for delaying both of you. I know you have many important things to do. Yeah, that's you're just fine. Thank you. Thank you very much to both of you for taking time. Once again, we are now concluding the hearing for H.R. 3813 and H.R. 3408. And before coming back, as we were a few minutes ago, we're going to stand in recess at this time. Obviously, we will notify the ranking member and all the members of the committee as appropriate, and giving 30 minutes notice. The committee stands in recess.
The Rules Committee will come to order, and we're reconvening. We're here for further consideration of H.R. 7, H.R. 3813, H.R. 3408. And I convene the Rules Committee based on the assumption that we have a rule to consider. And I don't see any of the majority staff members around other than the birthday boy over here, and Janet and Katie and Frank over there, and these guys. So you're not a majority Rules Committee staff member, are there? And so we are. If they have the television on back there, they might know that we're convened here in anticipation of a motion that will be offered that will allow for us.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sure that the minority can come up with a rule if you would be happy to entertain it.
Open rule.
I think that our ranking member has an open rule proposal ready.
Okay, well, I hope somebody knows that the Rules Committee is in order, and we are awaiting. Do they know that we're awaiting the? Oh, okay. Well, so the appointed time for meeting was 10 minutes of 10, and it's now almost 8 minutes of 10, and so the chair will be in receipt of a motion as soon as it arrives. Okay.
So in the meantime, should we talk amongst ourselves?
You can do whatever the heck you want.
Is this on the record yet?
How are you, Eve? Good.
Eve, Merry New Year, Merry Valentine. Valentine it is, yeah. I gotta get those holidays. Both fellas, that's where the Republicans. They do. I used to live over there. Building across from Tortilla Coast. Lolly told me to bring my Make It in America cap. Yeah. I have pretty much that. Yeah. I didn't hear you. Yeah. Even at my 75th birthday party, Fred gave me the one with 75, and I have those with messages, and then the biggest collection is from the various embassies around all the world. Yeah. Oh. I am tired. I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning. That airplane thing wears me out. It really does. Hey, Tim.
We doing all three? In the same week. Yeah. I think Laura's going to ask for that.
Continuing to reconvene the Rules Committee, let me, as we prepare to receive a motion from our friend from Dallas, let me introduce the former Deputy Attorney General for the state of Texas, Jill Warren, who is here with us. Nice to have you, General. Thanks for spending Valentine's Day. I assume that you had great judgment, but when you said to me that she couldn't imagine a better place to spend Valentine's Day, I had serious doubts about the former Deputy Attorney General's judgment. But it is wonderful to be here with all of you, and thank you very much for proceeding and coming back. And we'll entertain a motion, my friend from Dallas, and then we will I'll explain the rule that's before us.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant H.R. 3408, the Protecting Investment in Oil Shale, the Next Generation of Environmental Energy and Resource Security Act, a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour general debate with 40 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member on the Committee on Natural Resources, and 20 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member on the Committee on Energy and Commerce. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that an amendment in nature of substitute consistent of the text of Titles 14 and 17 of the Rules Committee, print 12-112-14, shall be considered as adopted and provided that the bill as amendment shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amendment. The rule makes in order only those further amendments to H.R. 348 printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report accompanying the resolution. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated. The report shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to an amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against the amendments printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report. The rule provides one motion to recommit H.R. 348 with or without instruction. The resolution also provides for consideration of H.R. 3813, Securing Annuities for Federal Employees, Act of 2012, under a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour general debate, equal divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member on the Committee on Oversight and Committee on Reform. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Title 16 of Rules Committee, print 112-14, shall be considered as adopted and provides that the bill as amendment shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions of bill as amendment. The rule makes in order only those further amendments to H.R. 3813 printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report accompanying the resolution. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equal divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against the amendments printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report. Rule provides one motion to recommit H.R. 3813 with or without instruction. The rule further provides for general debate for H.R. 7, the American Energy and Infrastructure Jobs Act of 2012. The rule provides 1 hour general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member on the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Rule waives all points of order against consideration of H.R. 7. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the titles 1 through 13 and 15 of the Rules Committee Print 112-114 shall be considered as adopted. The rule provides that no further consideration of the bill shall occur except pursuant to a subsequent order of the House. The rule directs that the clerk to retain title and section designees as they appear in the Rules Committee Print 112-1-14 when preparing an amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 7, H.R. 3408, and H.R. 3813. The rule authorizes the clerk to make technical and conforming changes to the amendatory instructions in the engrossment of H.R. 3408 and H.R. 3813. The rule directs the clerk to, in the engrossment of H.R. 7, add the text of H.R. 3408 and H.R. 3813 as passed by the House, retain the title and section designee as they appear in the Rules Committee Print 112-14 to the extent possible, and to make technical and conforming changes. Rule provides that upon the additions of the text of H.R. 3408 and H.R. 3813 is passed by the House to the engrossment of H.R. 7, H.R. 3408, or H.R. 3813, as the case may be, shall be laid on the table. Finally, the rule authorizes the chair of each of the following committees to file a supplemental report to accompany any of the following measures: natural resources with respect to H.R. 3407, H.R. 3408, and H.R. 3410, ways and means with respect to H.R. 3864, and oversight and government reform with respect to H.R. 3813.
You've heard the motion of the gentleman. Let me begin by congratulating my friend on adroitly handling the Roman numerals, and to say that we, in this rule, provide for the consideration, as he'd stated, of consideration for H.R. 3813 and H.R. 3408, and a general debate rule for H.R. 7. I know it was stated earlier that this bill is dead. It hasn't enjoyed bipartisan support, but I'm happy to say that we're making numerous amendments by our Democratic colleagues in order. On H.R. 3813, we had 9 amendments submitted. 3 are made in order, 2 Republican, 1 Democratic amendment. Almost all the remaining amendments had budget or tax-related points of order. On the energy measure, H.R. 3408, we've made in order 13 Democratic amendments, 4 Republican amendments, and 3 bipartisan amendments. Some were not made in order. They had cut-go or other points of order violations. And as I said, and as Mr. Sessions has said, we'll have general debate allowed for H.R. 7, and then we're going to recess when we're completed here, and then tomorrow at 2 o'clock we're going to convene for consideration of the Democratic and Republican amendments that have been submitted to the committee, and then again we bring the bill together for it to go to the Senate to expedite, facilitate consideration there, and then we of course will provide the committees an opportunity to provide supplemental reports that relate to the bill itself. So are there any amendments to this rule, Ms. Slaughter?
I'd like to question.
Sure.
Chair, one about
Sure.
the amendments. We have 23, I think, here out of 300.
Oh, we haven't, of the 300, we haven't really begun that process. We haven't begun that process yet. That's the amendments, most all of the amendments, most all of the amendments, 80% of the amendments that have been submitted to us are to the H.R. 7. And so all we're doing now under H.R. 7 is considering the general debate, allowing for general debate to proceed on that. And then again, we'll be making, to make this a bipartisan effort, we're going to be making Democratic and Republican amendments in order, just as we have on these other 2 measures.
All right, and I think I see a mistake here in the title. Securing Annuities for Federal Employees Act of 2012. Shouldn't that be Securing Annuities from Federal Employees Act of 2012?
You know what? Excuse me? No, it is 4, apparently.
If we get tomorrow the payroll tax, and the extension.
Right.
Which I
Conference.
understand that there's a very strong
Right.
sentiment that that will also be paid for by federal employees' annuities.
I
Is that
don't
correct?
know about that. I mean,
What would
it's
that
possible.
do to this bill if that were to be the case?
You know, I really can't say at this juncture what impact the payroll tax extension is going to have on this measure. I don't know. I mean, it's something, these are questions, I mean, we haven't had the conference report come forward on the payroll UI and doc fix issue yet, but we will be getting that. And
Tomorrow?
well, I mean, I think that it's possible we'll get it tomorrow.
And if we do get that tomorrow, would you postpone further action on this bill and go to that?
You know, I think that, you know, we're reporting this out now this evening. I hope that the committee will agree to report this rule out that would allow for consideration of these items. I mean, there is a question that's been raised about how far we're going to be able to go this week on the consideration of H.R. 7 with, again, 300 amendments having been submitted. So it's, I mean, we're beginning this process.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question, Paul? So if in fact the rumor is true that you're going to go after federal employees' pensions to pay for the payroll tax cut, if you do that, will you then withdraw this bill?
You know, I mean, you're asking me about if the rumor is true that
Well,
we're
the
going
reports,
to go
if
after...
the reports are true that we're hearing right now, that the direction that the
and you know what, I mean, I'm not going to
Republican
speculate on that. I mean, we frankly need to deal with both issues. We need to deal with both the transportation issue, and at the same time, we know that it's important for us to deal with unemployment insurance, the payroll tax issue, and ensuring that doctors have adequate compensation for providing Medicare services.
I guess my
And
question...
so for I think it's premature for us to make an absolute determination as to exactly how those things are going to be.
I would just,
addressed.
my question was just how many times could you use the same offset? You know, I mean, and
It's a fair question. It's a fair question, and we're not going to be doing that. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee grant H.R. 7, H.R. 34-8, and H.R. 38-13 each, and open rules so that all members have the opportunity to offer amendments to the bills on the floor. And a very brief comment, Mr. Chairman, before we vote. When I was in the judiciary, several members around the country, as well as when I was in the state judiciary, we tried to make instructions to juries speak plainly. I really am being facetious, Mr. Chairman, but I need you to tell me again why we need cameras here in the Rules Committee. If it is that we are supposed to be about the business of informing America, I defy anybody listening that has never been on the Rules Committee or anywhere associated with it to tell me what the hell it is that this language here means. There must be a better way for us to speak plainly about the majority doing what it wants to do, and you have that prerogative. But this amounts to jargon that after a while gets tiring, and we ought to be ashamed of ourselves for not being able to speak more plainly. And don't give me the bit about Jefferson Manual and all that kind of stuff. I'm talking about today, what we do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vote occurs on the Hastings Amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Pay the chair. The noes have it. The noes have it. And the motion is agreed to. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions.
No.
Mr. Sessions, no. Ms. Fox. No. Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Woodall. No. Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Nugent. No. Mr. Nugent, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster, no. Ms. Slaughter.
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis. Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman, no.
And the clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Mr. McGovern.
I have an amendment, a few amendments, I think. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for my amendment number 135 to have it amend the H.R. 3408 since it's a bill about oil and gas, and this would go after the oil subsidy.
You've heard.
If I could just be heard briefly.
Surely.
When I offered this amendment to an appropriations bill, you said it wasn't in their jurisdiction. When I offered it on a Ways and Means bill, you said it wasn't germane. When I offered it to a big omnibus bill that included oil provisions, you said it wasn't the right time. When I tried to offer it as a standalone bill, you just said no. So here I am again on a bill that deals with oil drilling, that includes provisions from the Ways and Means Committee, and this would have been germane to the Rules Committee print, but now that you split the bill up today, is it not germane? I don't know what kind of hide the ball game we're playing here, but I'm just going to keep trying to figure this out in hopes that you'll get tired of telling me no, and one of these days
Will the gentleman yield?
Happy to yield to the gentleman.
Just for a question, how much approximately does your provision raise?
About $40 billion.
And would that go toward, is that deficit
Goes right to
reduction?
deficit
So you have an idea here to reduce the deficit by $40 billion. I certainly think that's
and I think asking oil companies which are making record profits to sacrifice a little bit makes a lot more sense than asking federal employees who, by and large, are not millionaires to have to sacrifice with their pensions. So that's
and I think it's important to give the full House the opportunity to reduce the deficit by $40 billion. So I will be supporting your motion to forward this to the full House, and I yield back.
Let me just say that I appreciate the sentiment of the gentleman's amendment, as we've discussed in the past. I hope very much that in a comprehensive way we'll be able to look at this issue. But once again, I would encourage you to keep trying. And I'm going to ask my colleagues at this juncture to not support waiving the rules to make this amendment in order until we can completely address this issue. Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Noes have it. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions? No. Mr. Sessions, no. Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings?
Yes.
Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis?
Aye.
Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
And the motion is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
Well, I listened to you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to keep trying. So
Keep trying.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for my amendment 135 to have it amend H.R. 7 since it's a Ways and Means tax bill.
You heard the motion of the gentleman. I think the arguments stand. Those in favor will vote aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the
Ask
noes
for a
have
roll
it.
call, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions? No. Mr. Sessions, no. Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings?
Yes.
Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis?
Aye.
Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The motion is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern.
One more time. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee amend the rule and bring up my amendment 135 as a freestanding bill.
You've heard the motion of the gentleman. Vote occurs on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes
Ask for a
have it.
roll
Those in-
call.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Sessions? No. Mr. Sessions, no. Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis?
Aye.
Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
And the clerk reports total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
So I guess the third time was not quite the charm, but we will continue. We will continue. Vote occurs on the motion of the gentleman from Dallas. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair,
No.
The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
Roll call, please.
And the clerk call the roll.
Mr. Sessions? Aye. Mr. Sessions, aye. Ms. Fox? Ms. Fox, aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent, aye. Mr. Scott? Scott, aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster, aye. Ms. Slaughter?
No.
Ms. Slaughter, no. Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Mr. Hastings?
No.
Mr. Hastings, no. Mr. Polis?
No.
Polis, no. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
And the clerk will report the total.
8 yeas, 4 nays.
And this will be managed for the Republicans by Mr. Webster
Mr. McGovern.
and Mr. McGovern for the minority. So, as I said, we're going to stand in recess as we continue tomorrow with the hearing on H.R. 7. So without objection, the committee stands in recess till 2 p.m. Thank you all. Wonderful job.